Hello, hello. Welcome to WIP IT Thursdays. With me is Hulk Smash Customs with more hair than normal.
Yeah.
And we got formerly known as Boxy Cannon's Cannon, who got locked out of his classroom.
They do that to you, I guess.
I got plenty to work on tonight. Getting in the home stretch, finishing out the Mecha Hulk. We got the one leg down. And work on the other one. I was going to put some Kiki on the joint. Then my nozzle of my Kiki broke. So I put all my Kiki in a fuel bottle, and I'm going to use an eyedropper and put some in there.
We got Jeffrey Torres in the house.
Hey,
how you doing? We got Peggy Zero Dad. What's up, Gary? Evening, lads. And Sector 2813.
It works just fine. Using the eyedropper like I've got with I bought them on the Amazon. I bought a pack of them. Use them for mixing paint. Putting Kiki into the joint.
One of those Hulk parts has a loose joint?
When I put it, it's the hips. When I put it back together, it's loose. So I put some Kiki on there. It'll be fine after that fits. And I thought I was done with Shriek and Spinneret upgrades.
What did I say to you?
Yeah. You sure about that? Then I forgot I had the X-Force Psylocke, Nimrod, and Phantom X 3-pack.
We'll get
And
busy.
this figure is a piece of shit. This thing, it's bow-legged, horrible design. There's no movement hardly in the diaphragm joint. It is terrible.
Is that Psylocke?
It's the X-Force Psylocke from the 3-pack.
Oh, man.
And so there is no giving her like Shriek parts to fix her. She just has to get a whole new Shriek body. Basically, it's going to end up painting shoulders, stripping off the white paint off Shriek, and painting up the patches on the legs, which I don't even know if I want to do that or not, because what's the point of that? why is part of her thigh get hot?
Yeah.
Is it like ventilation?
I wouldn't even bother.
Yeah, I'll do her, paint her shoulders up, and top the arms, but some of this stuff I don't think is even necessary. The holes in where the back of the triceps and front of the biceps is like, what's the point of that? I know it's part of the character design, but I don't care.
Yeah, that just looks weird. Material wouldn't stay like that.
No.
Jeffrey says, I'm almost done with my custom silver Banshee figure. Just need to buy another paint sealer.
Oh, nice.
Gary says that Hulk is looking incredible. No surprise there. Huh. Yeah. Monkey Jeeba says, Mayfex figure. Mayfex Psylocke for the win. Yeah, it does look good.
I'm going to mask the gold off tonight, too, and start getting getting close to wrapping this one up.
Oh, that's almost done.
I want the hard coat to really cure before I mess with it. I use the Duplicolor Automotive Clear Coat. Once it hardens, it is a hard finish.
It's looking real nice.
I love how the P turned out on this one. The width looks good.
Name withheld is in the house.
And let me grab the show off Primeval. Also start sealing up the puff adder torso after I panel lined it. Oh. We got the first round of dull coat. I put a real light mist on it. So now we've got all the panel on, or pin strapping, whatever you want to call it. And prime evil. One thing left to do on him is get the cape, and I'm gonna get my airbrush out and weather and cut some holes in the cape, tather it, and then hit with the airbrush to get some grungy look like this.
It's looking great.
Couldn't have done it without you, my friend. I have no clue how to tackle these spikes, except maybe try to invest in some thermoplastic and heat and pull dozens of damn spikes.
That would have been a nightmare.
Yeah. This thing's awesome.
It was fun.
It was cool, man. I love how this turned out. Your stuff, what you modeled for me, that head looks great. The P and the rip down the chest. Love it. And it lights up.
And
Jeffrey,
I learned how to do photogrammetry.
Jeffrey's asking if Gundam marker says the Gundam marker doesn't smudge when you seal it.
You got to do light coats. Start off really light. If you spray a heavy coat onto the Gundam marker, it will run. So I do like misting coats until it's finally sealed. Then I'll hit it with like a solid coat. And it's like hold it away and plus it's getting evening out all this too, because you had gloss and matte all together. It looked weird.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that thing.
Yeah,
Just lazy.
The pinstripe. Well, they didn't want to pay for the extra color for the pinstriping. It costs every color is adds to the cost to the figure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, it's like 2 cents.
Well, they don't want to pay 2 cents per figure. So, like, hell, y'all. That's what they say.
What's up, Hang Solo? Gary says Puff Adder looks better already, even with those limbs. And I can't get over that primeval. Notwithstanding, I don't really know what it is. Toy Gigante is posting his second 1/12 scale red Hiss tank tomorrow. It's a true work of art.
Nice. I follow. I subscribed to him on YouTube. He's been doing some beautiful work on that. And
you guys see the Yojo thing going on today?
Oh, I didn't watch it because I was busy with the stuff I've been doing for Office. But I did see the pre-orders and stuff.
Hey, what you just have in your hand? Don't put it away. He showed off.
Oh, that's my Gary Busey head. Gary Busey smash.
That's the one I made.
This one's a different one. I got one you made paint over here to paint up too.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to use the one you made for
Grundy.
Not Grundy. Yours is for Grundy. Mine's going to be for a Hulk. This is going to be a Hulk head for what was Indestructible Hulk.
Oh.
For the armored one. Now I'm getting low on my custom mix green. I'm about Done too many hooks. I'm past halfway mark on my bottle. So I still got some more.
Gary's asking what you're working on, Cannon. A mech?
Yeah, mech. Like a G.I. Joe mech.
Mech like a high, mech a hiney ho.
Figure I would print it out and large enough to stick a G.I. Joe in there. Got a long ways to go. Yeah, classified.
Oh, nice.
It's gonna be big.
So you're doing one for everybody, right?
I got the shipping notice from UPS store.
We're good.
I got the
Guess
UPS
I could
app.
have shared the tracking number for that for you.
Well, I got the UPS store app on UPS app on my phone, so it automatically said you got a package on the way.
It's an ugly box. I'm just gonna warn you ahead of time.
Ain't worried about the shipping box.
But, those are the backdrops, the dioramas I said I was gonna make.
Nice. Thank you.
Oh, you mean the one that looks on par, if not better than the dioramas some people actually that make dioramas make?
Yeah, those. Hey, I made a diorama. I mean, I guess I'm a person who makes dioramas now.
Yeah, you are.
You made quite a few dioramas.
Jeffrey Torres says, I found out that using the MCU Cersei from Eternals makes an easy kit bash Mantis figure. I had to build the figure. Oh, yeah, she was hard to get, right? Well, she was to build the figure.
Oh, I think I saw your custom. We're looking at.
Gary's asking to show them up. Are you talking about the base, Gary? The bases or the dioramas? I mean, you still have pictures of those, Cannon?
Do I?
Yeah.
Did I post those to? I think I posted them to Instagram.
Well, you sent them to me on Instagram, so you could probably get it from there.
Yeah, it's right there. They're just brick walls. Can you guys see that?
Here, I'll make you bigger. Give me a sec. There you go.
Yeah, so I made some. This is kind of like a asphalt with some brick walls. It was just real quick with scraps I had laying around.
Yeah, you did that in what, like 30 minutes?
Well, I mean, I had to wait for the paint to dry before I could put the plaster on there, so it took a little bit longer than that. But when you use I use the laser cutter engraver to get the lines on there, which saves a lot of time.
Yeah, well, we were talking about it on the stream, and all of a sudden you sending me a picture the next day. Is this okay? I'm like, sure.
Yeah.
Show some other ones you did.
There's another one. That's a castle one. I got a 3D printed window to go in there, but I didn't get that updated. I don't know what's
Oh, that one looks good too.
Let me see. I did this one.
Oh.
This is an attempt at like a Star Wars blast door.
Thing.
Yeah. And then I made. I need to go. Well, I can't get into the school to get my rooftop, but here's the corner pieces for it.
That was that almost looks identical to the one that came with a Spider-Man figure from back in the Toy Biz days.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I got one of those still. Comes with a little hook underneath. I can't remember if it was Daredevil or Spider-Man it came with.
That would have been a good idea, so you could hook them up. I made this one and gave it to my kid, but that black board in the back comes off. So I ended up putting a picture in there so that it looks like it's a window that goes out. The table. My wizard diorama.
Hello.
That's cool.
Those torches lit up before I accidentally burnt them out. Hey, putting resistors on things is important. Yeah, it was real cool for a second. They were lit up and smoking, and then you hear this pop.
Extra feature.
Yeah, pop, 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 pop. They all sizzled out. Oops! But I stripped the burnt out LED out of there and put some new ones in. There's our lit.
Oh, that works out good. Do a metallic green for the eyes.
Oh, nice.
You get that glow that you was wanting.
Wow.
Oh no.
It's Inception. I was trying to see the metallic green he was talking about for the eyes. I came back to infinity.
Yeah, I thought I was in a Doctor Strange movie there for a second.
Yeah.
Let's see those eyes. One sec. Oh yeah,
That looks good.
You're getting that glow that you're wanting.
yeah, that's perfect.
That reflection. Yeah.
Yeah. Get that gamma glow from the Norton Hulk eyes.
Oh, let's get some of these. Jeffrey says he doesn't remember if he posted his Mantis kit bash.
I saw Mantis on. I thought I saw Mantis on Cersei. Maybe it was a. Oh, I might have saw Mantis on the Black Panther figures. The one.
Oh, the movie one?
Girlfriend. Yeah, the T'Challa girl. T'Challa's girlfriend when she's wearing the Atlantis armor.
Oh, the Nakia, yeah. Oh, that could work too. Let me see. Nice dioramas, nice.
Thanks.
I saw on Instagram that Toy Biz Mr. Fantastic head could be used as Peter Parker. Oh, they used to do customs with that back in the day. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
We used to see that a lot on the old forums.
Yeah, what people really like for like a Peter Parker head,
yeah,
is if you can get the depowered Iceman head.
Yeah,
that makes a perfect Peter
that
Parker.
That was the X-Men line, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bobby's head.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a few of those back in the day.
I never got one of those. They were very hard to come by up here. Ice Vipers up on BBTS. Gary says he recalls a few of those dioramas. Looks great. Names asking, how did you put the light in the prime head?
Oh, perfect person to ask is box of cannons.
Yep.
Save this real quick and I'll show you. Open.
We'll put you on solo again.
I gotta find the file here. Oh, this will work. This is. Oh, here it is.
Thanks for the heads up. I just ordered 2 of those ice vipers.
All right, so here's the head that was sculpted by some crazy guy.
Yeah.
And
It looks
then
crazy.
I made a cutout on the inside. And then the LED is one of those magnetic LEDs. So I just cut out a area on the inside of that. And then here's the plug that goes in that hole. So I guess first I cut this part out of this, and then I cut the plug for where the LED would go. That's how it was done.
See? It's even got the light up feature.
Yep.
What else we got? Nice dioramas, incredible.
I got some of those little lights somewhere, but it's buried in a pile of parts here.
Or that reminds me, while I'm looking about not working on my mech, the LED hole for the pit head is too small. So I gotta make that hole bigger.
Let's see, what color green do I want to do the dry brushing the hair? Let's do the military green I got. Now the eyes are drying, so before I can put the pupils in, let's go ahead and do some hair dry brushing.
Jeffrey Torres bought a Mr. T figure on clearance. He's going to do a custom BA.
Oh, nice.
You know, that's one thing, man. 18 figures would have been cool.
Yeah, it would have been.
Seems like missed opportunity, like the little resurgence. Like they know that the majority of toy buyers right now for 6-inch line stuff is adult collectors. Revisit properties of like stuff like from the 80s and the 90s and give us figures.
They're not even visiting stuff that people would buy from today. Like, how many times is there something that could have easily been a Build-A-Figure in a line? Sorry, not a Build-A-Figure, an army builder, and they don't even make any of them. Like Chitauri.
No. Hasbro didn't even bother making Chitaris.
Or the Overrider, or whatever those guys are from Wakanda there. I mean, like, I don't understand. Like, make cases of them. People were gonna, when the movie was so hot and everybody was going crazy, and that was for a good few years there. People would have been buying those things up like mad.
They had that ready to go after, like in Infinity War. People would have bought them until Endgame, and after Endgame.
And you know what too is me and you talked about this. I can't believe the Aquaman movie. They go and make the Trench Beast. They go and make those a Build-A-Figure when there were millions of them or thousands of them in the movie. Now, whose bright idea was it to make that the Build-A-Figure? When
That's what. Well, one of the reasons, multitude of reasons, Mattel lost the license.
well, like you telling me that when you finish watching that Aquaman movie, you wouldn't at least wanted to buy like 5 to 10 of those things?
I would. The Build-A-Figure should have been something like you need one off. It's like Hasbro did the same thing with the Mandroids. Like or not the first time they do stupid decisions, make the Troop Builder a Build-A-Figure.
Yeah. I know, it's so stupid.
Doom, ba-doom, doom.
Oh, I think Solo says my Ollie's has a bunch of Fortnite action figures, specifically the scientist robot version. Comes with a push button LED.
I wouldn't mind picking up a couple of those for troop building. They make good droids.
He's saying he'd want to make a custom GI Joe Viper mechs. Oh, they do. They come with a push light up LED lights ahead, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Ollies around here don't have them.
What are you talking about?
The Ollies have been getting like a lot of the Fortnite figures, and he said his has got these scientists, which is basically like a robot, and you can actually troop build it and make it like a mech. It's like a bat. Kind of looks like a bigger bat.
Oh, you ended up finding that other one though. Not at Ollie's. You found it at Ross, right? That big suited guy. That's a cool looking figure.
Oh, I never got the Hydra Stomper. I never found any Ollie's.
No. That from Fortnite, the guy with the white suit, the big guy.
Oh yeah, I didn't get that one. Yep.
Yeah, but that was at Ross. That wasn't Ollie's.
Yeah, I got that and the Coronation Starscream.
Yeah.
I'm glad I waited on that Coronation Starscream. That thing was like $55, and it still is at the local Walmart. And then basically share the same parking lot as Ross's, like across the street.
Yeah.
And you get Ross's for $15 or $55 at Walmart.
Jeffrey's saying he's gonna use what you used, but a little different for his BA. He's gonna use the first roadblock and a cloth tank top he got on eBay a long time ago.
I've seen people do like a red soft lid shirt, which works really well too for BA.
Yeah, he usually just wears that red, like almost like a sweater, but
yeah,
I think a t-shirt would. Yeah, it's like a long sleeve t-shirt he always used to wear. I'm sure you can find those Converse too. Like if you wanted to go, like he used to wear Converse all the time, right?
Yep.
Hank says also picked up 7 red Marvel Legends hand ninjas for customs. Gung Ho arms, swap them out. Let me see. Let me make it bigger. Oh, nice.
Got your hair all dry brushed.
Yeah, that looks really good.
That's another thing Hasbro's never. I know they never gave us a proper Ed Norton Hulk in this scale.
Yeah, they gave us that horrible Target exclusive that was basically the version 1 Toy Biz body with a terrible head on it that kind of looks like Ed Norton's Hulk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the metallic green on the eyes gives you that glow that you want it.
That's perfect. Yeah, man, you nailed that.
I'm gonna put a little bit of like a clear green on the top of that, on the very where it looks like there's shading on it when it dries.
Oh, Hank Solo says if Collector Express had a PO box, a figure may magically appear. Gary says that Hulk is nuts.
I'll have to look at. I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what it costs to get a PO box nowadays.
Or Captain Marvel autograph also.
Okay.
Some of this is just slow. Like meticulous work.
Perfect. That's what I was wanting over here. Isn't all of it?
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Nobody said it today, so I'm just gonna have to go ahead and do it just because I'm leaving in a little while.
Family, 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 family.
Sorry.
All right.
It was too quiet.
I should have my Collector Express family shirts this weekend.
Oh, you gonna get it?
I already ordered it. And it's on
Yeah.
shipped. It's on my year.
Well,
I got
they
that.
came.
I got that. The Collector Express with Prime Sludge and Adam Bob Collector Express
Yeah.
shirt, and I got a Prime shirt coming.
So yeah, they came up here fast. So.
Yeah, the T-Public is very fast.
Even Jared got his really quick when he ordered.
Mm-hmm. That worked exactly what I wanted. I got there's shading on the green. It's still metallic, but I put that clear green over top of it, so add some shading to the top of the eyes.
Oh yeah.
That looks good.
If you don't like this one, I can keep this one and send the other one off to somebody else paint it for you.
It lacks texture. Yeah.
Where's my styrene rod?
Yeah. And so is that headed awesome?
Getting my pupil stick ready.
Tricks of the trade.
Pupil stick for sticking in pupils.
Yes, sir. Stick it, jab it inside.
Gary says, now all you need is a wee Blonsky to squish. Well, I got a Blonsky for him to squish.
That sounds dirty.
It does. Giggity.
I think the mind is dirtier than anything else. Gary made a kick-ass Blonsky himself.
Did he?
Such an awesome idea, though. He grafted on the armadillo pieces on the arms to make it look like armor.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Scaly armor, yeah.
The abomination. I was thinking like the regular dude when he was still a soldier.
Gary says I couldn't think of a suitable word. It's 1 a.m., yeah.
It makes it harder to think.
It is early.
Yeah, Gary. You know, it is a great custom, but you've done a few good ones. That Hulk's also good. Your Smart Hulk.
He's done a lot of good customs. There's Wonder Man, first appearance Wonder Mans. Those are awesome.
He's killing it with Wonder Man customs.
They're wonderful.
Such a wonder. Gary says I had help on the professor.
We'll try something a little different with the highlighting on the eyes. If I messed up, I can always redo them.
Gary says, yeah. I wish I'd attempted them sooner, but I wouldn't have had done them justice.
I dig that. Adds to the glow. Instead of doing white for the highlights and the iris,
Yellow.
I did yellow.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Makes them glow a little more. I like it. Picasso, I like it.
I like it.
I think other than Solvent, I think this one's done.
That's a wrap. That looks great. Gary says, got another commission one to do. My first appearance, and the Proto Wonder Man on the table just now.
Oh, sweet. With you to the side. And try to find my paint.
Oh, I gotta go get my wife soon.
Yep. Gotta go get the boss.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to get written up.
Well, that's not the write-up you want.
You end up being talked to sitting down in the big red chair.
I found what worked out really good too for the teeth. I did a blue wash on them for the Hulk.
I noticed that, yeah.
Adds the proper shadows on that green, I think. Now to find the thing that I'm sure I'm sitting on top of, I just don't see yet. My light flesh tone. Here it is. Do the veins on the shoulders.
Mm-hmm. That's sweet. All right, guys. Sorry for the early exit, but
No worries.
Thank you for coming out.
hey, thanks for having me as usual.
Oh,
Good night to everybody in the chat. And depends. I don't know what time I get back. I don't know if you guys will still be on. If so, I might be able to hop back on if you guys are, but we'll see. Play by ear. All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, take care, man.
Take care.
Good.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Now I gotta watch the chat.
Sorry, I only have a one screen.
Really?
Yeah, I like the new head better.
Oh, I like that a lot.
That one better than that one. I'll be right back.
After these messages.
The Transformers will return after these messages.
The flesh paint I'm using, it's a custom mix of testers. I have the base colors are the skin tone tint base light, and I got the warm, which you can't buy anymore. So what I have here is all I have. I do a custom mix between that, a little bit yellow, and sometimes a little bit of leather brown. This is a lighter mix, different ratios. You can get different color schemes.
All right, I'm back.
Everything come out all right?
I was getting some water, and then I noticed there was a dirty dish on the counter, and then I washed it and put it away.
Being efficient.
He was looking at me. It was my coffee cup that had been sitting there from this morning, so it was time. Speaking of coffee, I discovered a new way to get your caffeine. I don't necessarily recommend it, but this morning, as I was taking my first sip of coffee, I just poured the coffee from the coffee pot into my mug and was looking out at the yard. And you know how sometimes when you look at a bright light, it makes you sneeze.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, sometimes when I look at a bright light, it'll make me sneeze. So, sun's coming up. Looking at it, got my coffee up near my face, ready to take a drink, and I sneeze like right into my cup, and like aerosolizes the boiling hot coffee and sprays it all over my face. Which, then you're startled and you like inhale. You're like, so I got a whole lung full of hot coffee this morning. I tell you, I'd never been so awake.
I'd say so.
It was like instantaneous alertness after that.
Got something wrong in the house. Hello, fam.
Family, family, family.
Oh, why had that turned on? Oh, it is on. It's got the. Forgot that though. When you highlight a comment, it turns off our names on our windows. Yes, have yet to find a good replacement flesh tone yet. Everyone I've tried so far, it's been poo.
That's not good.
So, make what I have last as long as I can, I guess.
Yeah.
So I have full bottles of the warm and the light flesh tone still yet, but it's eventually going to run out.
So yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
That's always a bummer when you run out of something that you can't replace.
Yeah. I can still get some, like in the small bottles, like the little tiny bottles like this. You can get some like basic colors and testers. That comes into kits, but you can't get the flesh tones and stuff that I use a lot.
That's unfortunate. And they didn't make a comparable replacement?
No. Unfortunately, no. Rust-Oleum bought the testers and shut down Model Masters.
That's...
Sick. Yay.
That's unfortunate.
Pretty happy with those. And I got close to it. I can get pretty close, like when I mix up my basic flesh tones I like. But there's always a little shade difference between the mixes, because it's going to get it just right when you're looking at it. It's going to dry different, darker than when you go on.
Yeah.
That's a problem. A lot of people make mistakes too when they try to color match. They'll mix it up when it's wet and get a perfect match while it's wet. Then it dries to a darker shade. When I painted up my 80th anniversary Cap America, I got the version 1 Toy Biz head. I put on it. I mixed up that blue. You just got to know when to stop.
Yeah.
Mix it just a shade lighter than what you want it to be, then it ends up being the right color. Harker said he'll probably be on late. He's got company tonight or day. So the wrist pieces were broke around the hinge.
Oh yeah.
On the gauntlets.
Yeah. So that area just printed out real fine, so it broke. And then I printed it out a second time. I guess I didn't do the measurements quite right. So then the second time, I printed it today. Let's put it that way. Second time I printed it today, I apparently didn't put the measurements in correctly, and it came out too small. So I may have to redesign those.
I appreciate you doing those for me.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Mine didn't have no hair either.
I hate hair so much.
I gotta get the Retro Parker out to Don. I got some swapped out the arms. He's going to sew a jacket to it for Dom. Don's going to make a jacket for Dom, then mail it back to me. Then I put it in Dom's box to mail to Canada.
Yeah. Well, that diorama is probably going to be expensive to ship.
Yep. Anything to Canada is expensive.
Well, it's
Giant.
It's a foot by a foot.
Yeah, that's going to be expensive.
Yeah, I think it was like $30 or so to ship it.
To here?
Oh.
Good grief, it's going to be insane to go to Canada.
But I did it through UPS store, so I don't know if that made a difference. It might have been different if I had done the US post.
Might see if they get one of those flat rate boxes.
Yeah, that probably would have been the way to go.
We can put all the stuff in one box. He said he's good about the two, but the box figures, take them out of the boxes, and so you can just take less room up.
Yeah. Sense.
Eventually, it's going to be easier again now. The shopping center where Target's at, they're building a new, bigger Chick-fil-A. So Chick-fil-A is right near the entrance to Target, and you can't. During lunchtime, you want to avoid that.
I don't think I've ever been to a Chick-fil-A.
I just don't want to wait in line to get a chicken sandwich.
Yeah, it didn't. Why would you do that to yourself?
I can go to Wendy's and get me a spicy chicken and be done with it.
You know, I like Wendy's spicy chicken sandwiches.
No, they're one of my favorites. Oh, have a good night, Gary.
Good night, Gary. Good seeing you.
Or good morning.
It's Scotland. How's that?
Yeah, he said it was at 1 o'clock earlier, so it's pretty close to 2 now.
So they're 6 hours ahead of us then, is that right?
I think so. Sounds about right. I'm just agreeing with you. I didn't even think about it. I'm just agreeing with you. Sounds about right.
I'll look at my world clock. Dublin is 6 hours. That's Ireland.
It's too late to think. I would disagree. Alrighty.
Yeah, it looks like Edinburgh, Scotland is 6 hours ahead of us.
Got her veins popped out.
Getting all swole. Been hitting the gym.
That's what's Prime's known for, the giant muscles and veins popping. The extreme. Yeah, I'm about to just already got like both other versions of Silac on the shelf, the purple and the blue one.
Yeah.
And just strip off all the white paint and just give her an all black suit and not worry about the skin tones that patches out on her suit.
You were saying that.
I always
thought they were weird anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking about adding like at least doing the shoulders, but right now I'm like, meh. You don't really need it.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe after a little bit, I'll get up the stamina and work on Harker's hair.
Question is if I can get this to fit, because this thing is tiny. The
belt.
Yeah, that belt is. I don't know if it's going to fit on the Shriek or not, because it is tiny belt.
That's from the new one?
Yeah, well, it's from that 3-pack. This figure here. I don't think it's going to work because this thing's waist is tiny.
Why is she so tiny?
I don't know. This is a horrible body. The legs actually bowl out at the knees.
Yeah, just seeing it there on the camera, it looks like it was. I don't know. With the way that it's got the paint on it, it looks cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going to get a whole Shriek body. I think I'll have to dig through my fodder so I can find a different belt sash, because this one's no bueno.
Yeah.
It ain't going to fit. It barely fit on the other one. And it came on it. My Psycho Killer bag. Psycho Killer body parts.
Remember those? Do you remember the stress skull from my Instagram?
Do what now?
Do you remember the stress skull from my Instagram?
Maybe.
The flex foam squishy skull.
Okay, yeah.
That I made. I'm just I was cleaning stuff out and have one of those sitting in the back of my car, waiting to get pulled over with it. Somebody's gonna have some questions.
You got some explaining to do. Got tons of shriek torsos.
Is the pre-order for the super flexible or super articulated Black Widow out yet?
I think it's dropped soon, if it's not already out. It's going to be a Target exclusive, what sucks.
I don't like it when they do exclusive stuff.
I don't have a red card either, and I don't want a red card. And if you don't have a red card, they pre-authorize the amount of the figure every week until it comes out. They suck.
Does the old authorization drop off?
Yes, it'll authorize, hold for a week or two, drop off, then reauthorize, hold for a week or two, drop off, and repeat, non-stop cycle.
So you just keep getting notifications about an authorization without the card present.
Yep. I'm looking for an X-Men belt. I'm sure I got one there somewhere. Or some kind of sash. Maybe. Nope. 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 Going through my entire stash of female parts. That didn't sound right.
Nope. It did not.
Okay. Let's see. Check the chat. I'm still waiting on a Jim Lee style Psylocke, my favorite Marvel female for obvious reasons. She's a ninja. Well, they did make that the Jim Lee style Psylocke figure wasn't very good. I think it's a similar body issue. It had like a variant. You had the blue costume and the purple costume, black hair and purple hair. It was like a running change.
So you didn't know whether you were going to get the black hair version or the purple hair version?
Yeah.
That's annoying.
I ended up getting both. I ordered one, got the one version. I went to a convention, and luckily some guy was actually selling the one the variant loose, complete. So snagged it there.
Yeah.
He didn't know what he had. He was selling a bunch of complete, like he was basically opening the figures up, taking the build figures out, and selling the waves split up like that. And he didn't know what he had, so I ended up getting a good deal on. The variant that was hard to get.
That was lucky for you.
Yeah. There's a blue sash. Like a pink white. I think that'll work. Yeah, the Shrieks are, to me, are well worth the investment. Like having oodles of torsos just to upgrade all my other female Marvel Legends. Marvel Legends, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Psylocke would be a dream. Yeah, that would be a nice one. I can't wait to see more pics. Super Articulate Black Widow. Yeah, I'm curious. Hopefully they don't mess it up.
Yeah. The gray Black Widow that came out a while back was pretty good. I got her.
Yeah, I like that head sculpt. I end up getting they hit ollies, so I was actually able to get a couple extras.
Yeah, it's a good looking head sculpt.
I grabbed an extra female shield agent that from the controller wave, and used one of those Grey Widow heads on it for like a shield agent Romanoff.
Yeah.
Good. Not like I'm actually going to use his head for anything, but
What's that?
the sprite head.
Oh yeah.
I got something on the cheek on it, and I was just seeing if I can Windsor Newton it off, and it's soaked into the plastic, whatever it is. Oh well, it's not like I was ever going to use it anyway because it's a horrible head sculpt.
Yeah, it looks weird. But I guess I don't know what that person actually looks like, so.
Hopefully they start using that new articulated Black Widow on body on more figures.
Yeah.
It's basically just going to be articulated like a female G.I. Joe.
Which I don't I don't understand. If it's the same toy company, I don't understand why they don't use the same articulation scheme, because it seemed like it'd be more economical to use the same design scheme for your multiple lines of toys instead of having a different one for each.
Well, when Mattel had the DC license, like never could understood with Marvel Hasbro bringing back Marvel Legends and being really articulated figures. Like, why don't you use wrestling bodies? You have oodles of them, and that's what a lot of customizers were using to make custom figures for a long time, as wrestling figures.
Yeah.
And they got all different sizes. I still got a few on my shelf, that's using wrestling bodies. just the Drax the Destroyer, the modern look. Even though they did make one Marvel Legends finally in a box set, but my custom looks better, and it's old. They got the color scheme wrong, and the tattoos were like real small. I got Walgreens Moonstone. Nice looking figure. We'll definitely use a lot of customs at one point. Oh. Got a big old knot on the side of my neck.
Side of your neck? Or side of the figure's neck?
My neck.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that's not real good. Wasn't there earlier. Let's see. Okay. Good for some point, but it's a Legends figure, so it has a stuck shoulder. Heat. Try some heat on that one. Which I got one sitting right here. And luckily, nothing stuck on this one. I gotta start pricking my fingers on a regular basis now. I come back as diabetic.
Yeah. There's supposed to be some really good advancements in medication for diabetics. Like Manjaro and Ozempic. I think those are supposed to be the kind of newer generation of diabetic medications.
McFarlane does that. They know we wanted an update articulation, like double hinged elbows for females, so they avoided doing it for Like it or hate it. That Moonstone is nice. Wish they had updated the legs, pinless too. Yeah, they need to update the legs and the hips because the hips still have the defect in them from the very first one. It's got that big like protrusion, like sharp edge right here. It's like defect when they made the molds. It's on both hips. They just need to make some new legs and do softer hips where you can swap them out. But that way they can do pinless legs because they've updated they're updating the older male figures to be pinless. The Spider-Man UK body is getting pinless. Sunfire's getting pinless arms and legs. Are you getting any of the Savage Crucibles? Wave 1 pre-order ends July 3rd, direct from Savage Crucible. They're also on Big Bad Toy Store, but with a markup. I collect too much to get into another line. So I haven't been paying attention to them. Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, sometimes it's better though, not to pay too much attention.
Yeah.
That stuff gets hard on the pocketbook real quick.
Yeah, and much everything costs anymore.
Yeah. I do like. I mean, I think they look cool, but I don't want to get into a new line.
So I'm already collect expensive line stuff already. I don't need more expensive stuff.
Yeah.
I do masterpiece transformers, so there's
Those are the
that.
big ones, huh?
Yeah, those are high dollar ones. Which I do have a cutoff point where I'll be happy with my masterpiece collection if I can finish out the season 1 Autobots and Decepticons and cherry pick some of the season 2 stuff. That'll be good. So I don't need all the combiners. So I like the aerial bots, so I'll get those, and I got most of the I got all the Stunticons too from X-Trans bots, and I got and Fans Toys have made all the Stunticons on theirs, and except one.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I think the designer that started those left Fans Toys.
Oh yeah. That's unfortunate.
So we may not even get those.
Yeah, and the person who designs it makes a big difference in how it turns out, because everybody has their own little things that they do a little bit different.
Oh, I guess we was talking about like the G.I. Joe articulation. I think also they downgraded the torso, excluding the neck, so it doesn't have the 2-piece neck.
I guess I haven't got any new G.I. Joes in a while. Let's see. The last one I got. Now, I did order a Arctic Viper or Arctic Bat.
I can't believe they made the damn trouble bubbles freaking
so expensive.
So expensive and exclusive to them.
Yeah.
It's like those people would troop build the shit out of that thing.
Yeah, if it weren't so damn expensive.
Yeah,
they could
$55 a pop.
They could probably do that for $25 and not.
No, if they do it, money. Well, their normal, their Rider Series stuff is $40. That's reasonable. It's basically like you're buying two figures. It's the vehicle and the figure. But yeah, even at $55, at the current $25 price point, $55 is too much. Their math don't work.
Yeah, because if you're a motorcycle, I mean, there's as much plastic in that motorcycle as there is in that trouble bubble.
Oh yeah.
But they know people will pay it.
Yep. That's the bad part. People will pay it. I'm gonna have to get some more Windsor Newton for too long.
Yeah. The good stuff. All right, here we go.
Soak these shoulders. See if we can strip off that red paint. One thing about getting older and so many pill bottles, so I got stuff to put chemicals in.
Yeah. It happens as you get older.
That soak. Let's see. A lot of stuff's been dropping here lately too. All at once.
Yeah.
Got the loose collector Dynamite Girls. They're should be hitting Entertainment Earth anytime now on Big Bad Toy Store. They're hopefully I'll get my hide here before too long.
I mean, according to their shipping times, we should have it. Because it's supposed to be 12 days. From the shipping notice, and the shipping notice was, I got mine on the.
I accidentally deleted mine. I was cleaning up my mailbox because it was like, give me that warning that's so full.
Mm-hmm.
I was cleaning stuff out, and then it included it in when you make a selection, like search for emails, like, you want to select other emails and meet this criteria? It's like, sure. And it selected an email I didn't search for, and it's deleted all my Kickstarter emails and my shipping, anything that's like info dot, which I didn't do. It's like, thanks, Google.
Yeah, sometimes those automated things don't work as well as you'd like.
And I had emptied my trash, so I couldn't retrieve it.
Yeah, do you still have your tracking number, or that?
I still got the tracking number, but I don't have the website. That website's different from one they sent me.
Yeah, mine was supposedly shipped out on May 17th. And the tracking info thing that they sent was, they said it'd be 12 days from when you got your shipping notice.
Sandpaper. What do you use Winsor Newton for? Cleaning brushes and stripping paint.
I wanted an easy way to just select these rows, but it's not cooperating.
Cash grab trouble bubble. Yep, that's what it is. When you strip off hanging off these hard plastic streak lower torsos, I find it's best to wet sand with some, what is this, 2000 grit?
Yeah. Does it get does it get rough?
Well, it'll start to melt in the plastic before it strips the paint off.
Oh no.
By wet sanding it, you actually break the surface of the paint and it'll melt, go through the paint a little quicker. Plus, you get the benefit of smoothing the plastic more.
Yeah.
Certain types of this, the ABS plastic, it'll melt it quick. And others, it won't bother it.
That's weird.
It's best to have some water handy too when you start putting the Winsor Newton on something other and it starts to eat into it fast, to dip it in the water and neutralize it.
Give yourself some backup plan if things start going south on you. If I ever actually took like a course on how to do this instead of just learning stuff randomly off the internet, there's probably a procedural way to do this. This would have been like 10 times faster.
What's the fun in that?
Maybe it'll make more stuff faster.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. There we go. More white paint. Next on this part. She's clean.
Okay.
Now, the saucer plastic, it melts the paint immediately.
Oh. That's not good.
It don't hurt the plastic. It just melts the paint immediately off the. But for some reason, it won't do that on the hard plastic. Hard plastic, you gotta scrub it. At least on the Shriek, anyway. I just stripped every bit of the white off the upper torso, and I had to really scrub the lower torso. Throw that Q-tip away. Get a fresh one. And that's one bad thing about this. You go through a lot of Q-tips.
Oh, yeah. Nothing to be done for it, though.
Yeah. Does it eat the plastic faster than acetone? I've never used straight up acetone on figures. I've used always dilute acetone, like clear nail polish actually has acetone in it, which is great for like doing like spot paint removal because it don't run. You just take your clear nail polish and brush it on there, then take a Q-tip and wipe the clear nail polish off, and it takes the paint off with it. But and it's not always all ABS plastics that melt with the Winsor Newton. It gets tacky. It's just some of them. Shrieks is one of the ones that's susceptible to get tacky. There's the upper torso all cleaned off.
Nice.
Infinite boobs.
Yep. That's the only way I can see stuff is if I flip over like that.
Let's see. Pull out one of these shoulders. Let's see if I can get the red paint off. It's melting off. Yeah. The red paint they put on the spinneret parts is on there good. I basically got to soak it to get it out.
Oh, yeah.
She needs a Geek Fusion Collector Express. She needs a dick hinge. Hang Solo just used the wrestling figure to make a custom 1/12 scale copperhead. It actually looks pretty cool. Cool. Did you order McFarlane Nightfall Batman? I got him in the Nightwing, Batwing. I mean, you can chrome it. Yes, you get the Nightwing the Batwing. I mean, he's got that silver outfit. And he could actually be chromed. But I passed on him. I did get the Nightfall though. I like the Nightfall stuff. I might go ahead and just do the shoulders and flesh tone if I can get them stripped properly. And call it good.
Sometimes when you add these modifiers, they don't do what you think they're going to do. You end up with weirdness.
That looks like inside of a turbo. I did with the Julia Carpenter Spider-Woman upgrade I did the other night. I first started painting her hips. I was like, why am I doing this? They're white. I ended up soaking them like this and strip all the paint off of them.
Yeah.
Got them the red paint and everything off of them. Then I already had some black synthetic dye mixed up, and I put a little bit in a cheap container. Threw that in a microwave and the hips and a spillover container. All stuff I can throw away. Dyed them jet black and Don't have to worry about them.
Good to go, huh?
Yep. Something wrong. Did anyone get the Emma Frost? What are y'all's opinions? I don't have her yet. I don't know if I will. Because I don't like the way they did her cape. I'm not crazy about the face. So I don't know. They got, if you try to take the cape off, there's like holes in her chest. Well, you'd have to like fill up. So that'd make it easy if you wanted to put a soft goods cape on there or anything. I guess you could glue it back over top the holes, but plus the face is like, looks like she smokes a couple cartons of several packs of cigarettes a day.
Why is it doing that?
It wants you to put everything through a buzzsaw. At least I know I can strip off the shoulders really well too. I've got another power girl I'm gonna make. I'll probably put on eBay. Just strip the paint off the shoulders.
Why is that not lining up?
Oh yeah, your Spider Woman Kit Bash custom. It's nice. I might upgrade mine too. The only issue with using the spinneret parts I did have to modify the lower torso. The spinneret hips are pretty quite a bit bigger than the ones that you take off the figure. So I actually had to Dremel out some extra space to narrow basically the taint. Some of the cavity around it, I just took like a Dremel bit and just start slowly working around and make enough room for those hips to go on. And once you strip the paint off, they take dye really well, so you can actually just dye the hips. We've got Emma. She's disappointing. Face is ugly, but I think it's a good comic reference or something. It's like, you got the Walgreens one, you can always pop that head on there. I don't know if skin tones match or not. The only good part are the legs and nice proportions. Wash my hands off the Winsor Newton. Anytime you deal with Winsor Newton, you always make sure you wash your hands back off. Because even if you think you got it all off, you didn't.
Yeah. I don't know if that detail is going to stay there, if it was worth all the effort of putting it in or not.
I think it's pretty big, so hopefully. Oh. The new Power Girl is going to be Marvel Legends scale, but yeah, if it was the same sculpt, if the spinneret legs were the same sculpt as Shriek, you could just pop them right on. But they're a little thicker diameter. I think you're the first person to notice that. One of the first people to notice that. Fuchs did a review on the whole wave. They seem underwhelming, but Corsairs might grab 2. One I can use for custom. Yeah, I'm just not digging that whole wave. I like to get chamber mainly just for the jacket and arms because I can use it to make a Rafferty from the Ultraverse. He was basically like an evil Punisher that kills Ultras. Put those to the side. Another coat of white on the parts.
I don't know what happened that I got all these weird spikes.
They must have thought you were wanting to do something from the 90s.
I guess.
Spikes make everything cooler according to the 90s.
I didn't think that would work, but
The 90s comics had some good, great stories, but some of the characters designed for and redesigns for 90s are very 90s.
yeah.
That worked. There's actually if you're looking for a good 7-inch scale Power Girl, the new 52 from DC Direct was a great one. I got one on the shelf, and her articulation's pretty damn good too. Sector 213 collects 7-inch exclusive. Let me grab that one right quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Kind of matches McFarlane's proportions. I just happened to look. I was looking at it. Super long legs. This is the new 52 one. She's got really long legs. Single elbow, single knees, rocker ankle. With no pivots. But bicep swivels. There's no torso articulation. Ball jointed hips. There is no swivel, but it's still a nice figure. And that's your 7-inch scale. So she's DC Essential Superman. Let me change my camera setup here. So she's 7-inch scale. Not a bad figure. They did a new 52 Supergirl too. It's the same size. I don't know if these got the brittle joints or not. I don't really pose these. They go on my Superman shelves, and that's where they stay. The Essentials were very durable. Shame that we never got a Power Girl in the Essentials for the end of that line.
That was before I was able to get back into collecting.
Start adding some gold to these legs. Gold.
His legs aren't going to stick out that far from the ball joint. But I don't want to mess with the alignment of this until I got the articulation done for the bottom part of the leg.
Right.
Which is why this looks funny at the moment.
Looking to see how fancy the other leg. It's like a normal match. I was going to be opening it up anyways. It didn't matter. It's like I got a replacement overkill so I use one in my personal collection to make this one for Matt. So I had to buy another one to replace mine. Plus, it's going to be good for the video when I do it, so I can have a side-by-side comparison. Hello.
YOLO. What's up?
Not much. Painting Hulk parts now. Get back.
Oh. Nice.
I was getting ready to say, like, I bought another overkill to replace the one I use for this one to make yours Hulk, and it was still mint in the box. I was want to open it anyway, so it don't really matter. I dropped it off my dresser this morning, and it goes pow! The box exploded. Hardwood floor.
Jeez.
I was like, well, I was opening it anyway, so it don't really matter.
Oh, do you my message I sent you a couple hours ago?
Oh yeah, about the thing on the thing.
Yeah. I watched it last night.
Any good?
Yeah. I thought it was a really good movie. I don't think it's as good as the first one. The third act is really good, and the way it ends was very surprising because I didn't know they were going to do that.
The cliffhanger.
Yeah, I was not aware that it was not a one and done movie.
It was spoiled a while back. I forgot one of these companies, they put something up. I don't know if it's a toy or a promotional item or something like that. So like they called it Part 1, Into the Spider-Verse Part 1.
Yeah, I kind of wish I had known that because I feel like I would have enjoyed it more instead of like watching and waiting for the climax of the story and then it just doesn't ever come. You know, like if I going into it knew it was a Part 1, I probably would have enjoyed it a little more. That being said, it was still really good. It's a great movie. Like, it's really well done. I just think the first one's probably a better movie. There's a lot going on in this movie, and holy hell, do they reference everything Spider-Man ever. There are cameos for anything Spider-Man that you can think of, any movie or TV show, cartoon, live action, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anything in any way related to Spider-Man ever has cameos in this.
I'm guessing one don't.
What?
Spider Prime.
Spider Prime.
The Ultraverse Prime. He had a form called Spider Prime. It looked like Spider-Man.
I don't know because I'm not familiar with that version. So if you watched it, you might. It's one of those movies. You remember? Ready Player One, right? And like I watched Ready Player One multiple times just to go back and like pause it and catch all the stuff I didn't catch the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like that. There's so much in this movie. And so many versions of Spider-Man, especially when they get to like the one area where apparently is like the Spider-Man multiverse headquarters or whatever it is. I mean, I recognized some of the versions of Spider-Man, you know, but not anywhere near. I probably like recognized like 20% of the versions of Spider-Man they showed in this movie. There was so many that I'm like, well, he looks familiar, but it's on screen for like 3 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
And so it was that kind of movie. It was really good. Like I said, I enjoyed it. I'm going to watch it again probably this weekend before I do the Geek Chat this weekend because I want to talk about it this weekend. But
oh yeah, I need to make my list too.
Yeah, no, I'm still messing with mine. But no, it's a good movie. I recommend it. Like, I wasn't gonna go to the movies to see it, so I was kind of glad it
showed up in that certain place.
And then look, it's not a full HD version or anything, but it was like pretty damn good. And the sound was decent quality. It was certainly good enough to watch and understand the movie. Yeah. You know what I mean? But so I was like, well, this is. I watched like the first couple of minutes of it. And I'm like, yeah, I can do this because a lot of times I'll click on those movies and I'm like, I'll watch a couple of minutes just to see, and if it just is too bad, I'll just be like, you know what, screw it, I'll just wait. But this one was more than good enough. I've certainly watched movies much worse than this. So I'll probably watch it again for this weekend and see if I can catch some more of the references. But like all the live action movies are referenced. Like there's cameos for characters from the Toby verse, the Garfield verse, the MCU version of Spider-Man. There's like cameos and references and all kinds of stuff. You know, there's stuff from Venom, from the Venom movies in there, which is a pretty funny scene. I like the Venom movies. They're not great, but they're fun.
Yeah.
I mean, they're totally not Venom from the comics at all, but I'm like, meh, it's fine. They're still entertaining. I can't believe
they made the first one R, but they didn't make the second one R.
Yeah, I know.
When the second one had Carnage.
Yeah. It didn't make any sense. I really, it doesn't make any sense at all why they decided to go that route. The first one's a better movie, clearly, which sucks because the second one with Carnage in it is technically a better story than the first movie, but the execution of the movie itself was just better done in the first one, probably a lot because of the idea that, you know, it got to be rated R, and the second one didn't, which, you know, but I still like them. They're still dumb, fun movies. And I mean, it's certainly more, it's like if Venom just immediately went into being Lethal Protector, you know, and just like skipped the whole first part of his life as a symbiote, you know, like we're just ignoring that, you know, the whole Peter Parker aspect and him being a bad guy for years and years before he decides to kind of become a good guy. So it's kind of jumping straight to that version of Venom, but I still find them very entertaining. So it's certainly better than most of the other shit that Sony's put out. That like
Venom is one of those characters that's extremely hard to like do a movie on with, like try to tell his real origin. It's so a convoluted origin. It's like because it's part of Secret Wars. He gets the costume, his Spider-Man's costume is destroyed. He gets the Venom, the symbiote, thinking it's a costume and it's not, and then you realize what it is. Then you got the whole art. You just couldn't do that.
I'm just wondering if they're going to try and work that into all this stuff going on in the MCU with the Tom Holland version of Spider-Man, because you know they're doing a lot of quote unquote Secret Warsy type stuff, depending on which version of Secret Wars you buy into.
Well, right now he's not signed up. He's not signed a new contract yet.
Oh, he hasn't. He fucking will. He's not stupid. Yeah. Although honestly, like, as much as I like the MCU's version of Spider-Man, I thought all three movies were well done. Clearly, the third one is the best one. Mm-hmm. And I'm not a big. I think the worst one is the what is it? Far From Home, the one in fucking wherever the fuck. That's the one that's the least entertaining. But I thought Homecoming was a really good movie. And as much as I like them,
was Homecoming? Do you consider Homecoming a good movie mainly because of Michael Keaton?
I mean, yeah, he definitely adds to the movie. There's no doubt about that. I think it's just a good kind of MCU-ish version of a Spider-Man movie. I thought it was decently done. I did like that. I do like that even in the third movie, which, I mean, obviously the stakes are ridiculously high for the multiverse, but I like that Spider-Man's movies were grounded in the sense that, and they always have been, but when you're a part of the MCU, it could have been very, very easy to delve into like, oh, now Spider-Man's going to deal with the next thing that's going to destroy the world or whatever it is. And instead he was dealing with, you know, bad guy / not bad guy in like some high-tech, you know, bird costume who was just stealing parts to sell. And then in another one, he's dealing with kind of a, you know what I mean? Like he dealt with kind of down to earth, more grounded villains and more down to earth and grounded stories. And, you know, a lot of the quote unquote story and drama from those movies didn't necessarily come from the big bad guy fights. It came from the stuff, which is like why I read Spider-Man, which is just his problems. Is why Spider-Man is a favorite character of mine, because, you know, he's just always been really relatable. He's like the most relatable superhero of all the like major superheroes. Is he's just a
that's one of the beauty about when they did Marvel, they made everybody like real world problems to make them more relatable.
And I think Spider-Man's like the most relatable of those major characters, and I like that even as a part of the MCU where it could have gone really, really, you know, spectacular and otherworldly and all this stuff, that they kept his movies fairly grounded. where the stakes were fairly low compared to other Marvel movies. You know,
So that's what I think they should have done with Shang-Chi. They should have like kept him like more like his comic book counterpart.
I think so with Shang-Chi. Like I mean, I was never that huge of a fan of his character in the comics. Like he would show up and stuff, and I never read the actual comic or anything.
Same here, but they need more like grounded like characters. Like in his
no, they do.
His story would have been great because he actually like works with MI6 and working on the taking down his father's crime syndicate.
Yeah, so there's two sides of that. One is I feel like with the whole, end scenes and the end credit scenes and all that stuff from from Shang-Chi that with his sister taking over the family business and all that stuff. I feel like there's potential there for them to do a little bit more of a grounded kung fu movie. At the same time, as like a huge like Chinese fantasy movie fan, I think it's one of the best Chinese fantasy movies I've ever seen. And it wasn't grounded at all. I agree. And I think his character is probably better suited to more grounded stories. I just can't get over how much I really like that movie as just like a Chinese fantasy movie, just a kung fu fantasy movie, which I've been watching since I was a little kid and love those movies. And I think it's one of the best kung fu fantasy movies I've ever seen. And so from that aspect, a lot of times when I watch it, I almost don't watch it like an MCU movie the way I do the rest. I just watch it like a kung fu fantasy movie, That's one of those. There are some Marvel movies, and not many of them, because usually the first time I see a Marvel movie, or at least by the second time I've seen it, I have a pretty fixed idea of like, okay, this is how much I like this movie, and this is kind of where it falls into the overall MCU for me. But Shang-Chi, along with the first Doctor Strange movie, are two movies in the MCU that the more I watch them, the more I like them. Like they've become over time two of my favorite MCU movies.
I love the Doctor Strange movie.
Oh, the first one's phenomenal, man. Like it's a movie I could just watch over and over again.
Same. So much. It's a standalone movie too. You can just watch that one and be not have to even worry about the rest of the MCU.
Yeah, it's so well done, and it was a movie that I really liked when I first saw it. But it was like, okay, that was a really good movie. I'm glad I saw it. Good movie, good representation of Doctor Strange. Cool, thumbs up, all that good stuff. But then over the years, I watch it more and more and more and more, and every time I do, man, I'm just like, God, this movie's fucking great. And it's one of those standouts of the MCU for me now at this point. And I feel the same way about Shang-Chi. I mean, I haven't watched it as much because it only came out 2 years ago. But every time I watch it, I like it more than I did the last time or whatever. And I don't know. There's not many MCU movies that are like that, honestly. Because usually, like when I first saw Winter Soldier, I was like, this is one of the greatest movies I've ever seen in my life. Like Winter Soldier was just phenomenal from the get-go, from the first time I saw it. And I've never, it's never come down or anything like that for me. I still think it's, like up until Endgame came out, I was like, this is the best MCU movie ever, and that's how most of the movies are. Even with like, Ant-Man, Ant-Man to me has always been mid-tier, fun heist movie, whatever. I've watched it many times, but I've never every time I watch it, I don't like, oh, I like it less now, or I like it more now. I'm like, well, I always like it just about the same as the first time I saw it. Same thing with Thor Dark World. I still don't like it. I didn't like it the first time I've seen it. I've seen it probably, why I don't know, but I've seen it probably like 5 times. And every time I'm like, yeah, I don't like this movie. I think it's just not a good movie. So, Although another one that kind of grew on me, not the way Doctor Strange and Shang-Chi have, but one that I appreciate more now than I originally did is Iron Man 2. Because that was one I did not like at all when it first came out.
I'm in the minority. I actually like that movie. It just
I've grown to like it. I don't love it. I don't think it's like a top tier Marvel movie or anything like that. And
the only nitpick I had in the entire movie when Happy rams Whiplash with the car, that should have crippled him.
Yeah. I mean, I still see all the problems with that movie. The biggest problem with that movie is that Whiplash was in it at all. He didn't need to be in that movie. It should have been a movie about, quote unquote, kind of a mini version of Armor Wars, him versus Justin Hammer. There was more than enough meat and story in that part of the movie to have made for a great movie. And then you're introducing Black Widow, and then you've got the drama with, Tony suffering from poisoning of whatever that shit was called. I don't remember what it was called.
Palladium.
That palladium. Yeah, there you go. And, him trying to fix that. Like, there was plenty in that movie. Whiplash didn't need to be in that movie at all. I don't like what's-his-face as Whiplash. I think he was a horrible version of Whiplash.
Yeah. He was just playing a Russian gangster. That's all he was doing. That should not have been in the movie at all. The whole Justin Hammer Armor Wars kind of storyline was more than enough as kind of the main antagonistic, side of the story. Yeah.
That, it would have been a better, cleaner movie, if they had just dumped the whole Whiplash thing. But I still have grown to really like that movie a lot.
I would say, I wouldn't doubt the Whiplash thing was probably dictated to them to use the character. Because it was set up to be Justin Hammer to be should have been the villain, the main villain.
Yeah, he should have been. And there was most of the story, they kind of shoehorned Whiplash into that story. Like, he didn't even need to be in any of the story. All the things that he did, all the plot points that he added to the movie could have just very easily have been things that Justin Hammer did.
Yep.
There was no reason for him to have been in the movie at all. He served no purpose.
Yep.
So, but then again, what do I know? I don't know.
Well, he could have been taken out from. Just had him at the raceway. That'd be it. Attack the raceway. Then Justin Hammer gets gets like the remnants of the arc. Instead of having Tony destroy that arc reactor, have Justin Hammer get it and duplicate it and put it in his droids.
Yeah. Yep.
I did watch something long. I watched with the Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Yes.
Yeah, I watched it at the movies twice, actually. And I've seen it once on Disney Plus in the last year. Whenever it came out, I watched it again. It's not a great movie. And it's nowhere near good as the first Doctor Strange. That being said, it's got some stuff in it that I like. I like the multiverse stuff. Yeah, it's got like some good concepts, but it's not one of the better Marvel movies. I don't know. It laid out some good groundwork and did some multiverse stuff, and I like having Doctor Strange back. And I'm always down for a good Sam Raimi movie, but it just really, what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the difference between Batman 89 and Batman Returns. Batman 89 is just a fucking great, perfect movie. And then Batman Returns, like, it's just not the same. Like, there's some good stuff in it.
They let Tim Burton be too much Tim Burton.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not saying like they let Sam Raimi be too Sam Raimi in this. There was certainly a strong Sam Raimi streak in it, but I didn't hate that. It was very reminiscent of the Spider-Man movies, It's just, I don't know. It's just not as good of a movie as the first one. It's not a bad movie. I still enjoyed it. I'm glad I saw it. I took my wife to go see it, and then my son went with me. We saw it at the movies twice, and I've watched it since then. It's not a bad movie. It's just, comparatively speaking, it's very similar to the difference between Ant-Man and the Wasp, right? Like,
Yeah.
Ant-Man is a really good, fun, mid-tier, heist kind of comedy Marvel movie. Ant-Man and the Wasp is just a big step down from that. Like, it's just not as good. It's not a horrible movie. It introduced some cool concepts, but it's just not anywhere near as good as the first one. And that's kind of the way the Doctor Strange, movies are. And so, it's fine for what it is.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not mad at it. It's not like the Eternals or Thor Dark World, so it's not bad. But it's not one of those movies I'm going to be like seeking out to watch when I'm bored or something, But who knows? A lot of people say my opinion don't mean anything because I still really, really, really like Iron Man 3. And people apparently hate that one. I got a lot of my friends think that's the worst Iron Man movie, and I'm like, really?
I'm not a fan of it.
I just unapologetically like that movie because it is very.
I have no problems with anybody liking it. It's just not one I like.
I mean, for me, it's just very, very. It reminds me of a Lethal Weapon movie. You know what I mean? Like it's like action, take the hero out of their comfort zone.
He was kind of like a MacGyver in that one too.
Yeah, it's Tony Stark without his armor trying to take down bad guys. It's Christmas time. There's lots of action. Like, I don't know. It just checked off all these like 80s action movie boxes for me. And I think it was doing that on purpose.
Here, that's why you can't aggravate him about being a Christmas movie.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I think it did that on purpose because what's his face, dude from Predator and all that. He wrote and directed the movie. Why am I blanking on his name? The guy that wrote Predator and Lethal Weapon and all those 80s action movies. What is his name?
No, I can't remember.
He was the dude with the glasses in Predator.
Yeah.
Why am I blanking on his name? I don't know why I can't remember his name. Anyway. Because he wrote and directed Iron Man 3, and he did exactly what you would expect him to do, which is write and direct a very kind of 80s action movie, which all the 80s action movies had to take place at Christmas for some reason. I don't know why, but they did, And he gave me that kind of movie, and I loved it. I love Iron Man 3, and so maybe
it's not a terrible movie, but it's not my favorite.
It's my second favorite Iron Man movie. For whatever that's worth. I don't.
This is one something handy to have too. Get you some 2000 grit sandpaper. You can buff stuff out and smooth it. Where I stripped the paint off, it got a little glossy. And I can smooth things out with the 2000 grit.
What I did, like when I've got, when I did my Nomad figure, right? I took that U.S. Agent figure, right? And I used just what you call it, nail polish remover, not nail polish remover. What do you call it? Why am I blanking on the name?
Acetone.
Acetone. Thank you. People smarter than me who can remember words when I can't. So I took all the it's just a black body. So I took all the, stuff off of him. Not Winter Soldier. Did I say Winter Soldier? You know what I mean. The Captain, U.S. Agent.
U.S. Agent.
I took all the U.S. Agent markings off and did everything. And when I was done with the acetone, the acetone kind of leaves, it starts to mess. Even when you wash it off immediately, it starts to kind of mess with the surface of the plastic.
Mm-hmm.
So what I use is quadruple-aught steel wool to finish. And
it's good for chrome tips on your exhaust too.
Yeah, it is. And it worked really well. It gave it a nice satin finish when I was done. It wasn't shiny at all. It just it buffed it to like just the right finish that I wanted. It wasn't dull, it wasn't shiny, it was a nice satiny kind of finish when I was done with it, and it worked really well.
That's basically what I'm doing here with the 2000 grit. I got the nice factory finish back from after stripping. acetone, Winsor Newton, stuff like that. On some of the harder ABS plastics we were talking about earlier, it starts eating at the plastic very fast.
Yeah, very quickly. Yeah.
The softer, like rubbery, like plastic, it don't bother it hardly at all.
Yeah, I usually have to whenever I'm doing something like that, which I don't do often, but when I do, I have to I'll do some and then immediately take it and rinse it off and then dry it and then do it again, until I get whatever I'm going for. And then, because it'll start, it starts to eat the surface and kind of make it a little foggy looking.
Mm-hmm. I was going to see if it's even go on here. I got it on. I'm amazed.
Oh, crap. I got to go. My show starts in like 30 seconds.
Oh. Well, thanks.
I wasn't paying attention to the time.
Well, talk to you later.
All right, man. I will see you on Saturday.
See you on Saturday. I'm surprised I got the Silock belt to actually go on here.
Oh, yeah? Oh, look at that.
I need to touch up the... it's sloppy paint from the factory. Well, who would have thought that? I don't have to use the Sasha's painting now.
Sloppy factory paint? That never happens.
I know. That's odd.
It's totally unheard of. Their quality control department is so good and experienced.
I heard Sam couldn't do all he wanted. It was more controlled by Disney than higher ups. I bet if he had full control, Bruce Campbell's part would probably been ash. He did work in Xena. Xena is in the Multiverse of Madness. The statue, the warrior statue, it kind of looks like Wonder Woman. That's Xena. Dr. Strange Multiverse had so much potential. He was super OP in the Spider-Man, but then super weak in the multiverse. Yep. Oh, it's the Spider-Man 3. Well, it's confused me for a second. It's like, his Spider-Man 3 sucked. Oh, the other Spider-Man 3. It wasn't his fault. The Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3 was bad either. That was studio getting involved. Screen back side by side now. It worked out. I was able to use this belt.
Yeah,
Actually,
that's nice.
Looks better actually on this figure than it on the other figure. I guess where it's even tighter on this one, it stays in place better.
Yeah. That's...
Been working on InDesign today, formatting the annual report.
Oh, yeah. How's that coming along?
I enjoy doing it. So the tough part is we don't have all the sections yet. and you gotta plan ahead for when you insert sections that's missing.
Yeah, that makes things more difficult. It's like they expect you to be a mind reader sometimes.
Well, it's not really. Issue was like there was a big change up in the division, and one unit that used to be part of the unit's no longer part of the unit, and they kind of took them a long time to get their part together because I don't know if they cared or not since they're not part of the unit anymore. They were last fiscal year. You want to get the Target Ant-Man, Yondu, or pre-order Hawkeye? No, and no. I'll get them if I see them. I don't pre-order from Target anymore because I get tired of
Getting burned.
Well, the whole pre-authorizing your card constantly because I don't have a red card. You have a credit card, they don't do that. And I'm not getting a credit card through Target.
Yeah. Time to make some popcorn.
Yeah. That'd be awful on the stream.
Oh, yeah. I was eating dinner earlier, which is why I was muting myself.
So
you guys didn't have to hear it.
Yeah, it's getting... The light mist coat looks really good on it right now. It's all doled out to match.
Oh, yeah, that looks good.
I'll put one more coat on there now since it's... Gotta do the arms and legs still. Cool deal. Where can I put you? Not get anything on the page. I definitely want the classic Ant-Man. It's Target exclusive though. Yeah, because the previous one on that's Pizza Spidey body, I never have liked that. I thought the body's too skinny. The Pizza Spidey body I've never been a fan of. Before they elongated the abs, I didn't mind it that much. Because they only released it one time like that when the Superior Spider-Man.
What does it look like?
The Pizza Spidey body.
That was before I started collecting again. I'm real recent back into all this.
The original use of that body was the Superior Spider-Man, and it actually had proportionate length ab section. People bitched that Spider-Man was too short, so they lengthened the ab section and didn't readjust anything else, so the portions always looked weird on that body afterwards. The torso was like way long, and The legs look too short, and because they were for the length of that torso. Let's see. Windsor Newton off the shoulders. Hang slow. I don't shop at Target anymore. They took all the rainbows away. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
No more Skittles?
Hey, aren't they illegal in California now?
What, Skittles?
Yeah.
I can't have them now because I'm diabetic.
Something about the dye in them causing infertility or something.
I don't know. I haven't heard that. That's crazy.
Or, you know, in rats, in labs. So,
Well,
you know, it's going to be like 9
too much
billion.
Nicpro also makes rats impotent too. So
Yeah.
they haven't pulled that off the market.
Well, they're also, when they do those things in the labs,
They're like, I think like extreme amounts.
yeah, like a truckload. Yeah, if you eat a truckload of Skittles, you might not be able to reproduce anymore. If you eat a truckload of Skittles, you might not be able to find your toes anymore.
Yeah, because they're going to chop them off and go into diabetes.
Yeah. It does happen.
$10.
Do what?
I was just looking at the time, 10 o'clock here. Walmart Brimley's looking over my shoulder. Like, it is now. So I got diagnosed being diabetic here recently. Started my medication today. No more Skittles for me. Which
No.
I hate the green ones.
But
Never would eat the green ones.
I laid off a lot of that stuff. My dad had diabetes, so I'm trying to avoid that fate.
Yeah, I gotta get back in shape and lose it. If I can get my diet right and get back in shape, and long ways to go to do that. But actually, I actually have to try, not just
Yeah.
say.
It is hard to find time sometimes, though. You gotta make it.
When I don't feel good, OCD can kick in, and I remember the first time I got hit with diverticulitis. I was felt awful, so I color sorted all my Skittles into different bags.
That's a lot of sorting.
But don't have to eat green ones then.
Do they taste different?
Oh yeah, it's like the. Normally I like apple candy, but the Skittles apple tastes nasty. Like a Jolly Rancher apple, love it.
Why would they make it apple and not like lime?
Hey, maybe it is lime. I don't know. I can't remember what Skittles green is, but it tastes terrible.
Well, if you're expecting apple and it's lime, it's not gonna be good.
It could be that. I don't know. I can't remember what it tastes like now. I just don't like them.
I don't remember the last time I had Skittles. I must have been a long time ago.
What type of diabetic? Type 2. Oh, I think what they said.
Yeah, type 2 is acquired.
Yep.
And type 1 is born with that.
Cinnamon helps with blood sugars. Awesome, because I hate cinnamon. So I know. Can't stand it.
Vitamin B12, I think, is also supposed to help with that. Huh.
Walter really makes me also think of the movie Remo Williams.
Oh, I remember that movie.
She's got such a weird skin tone. And they really made sure her hair is soft, though, is one of the things that's really good about that one.
About which figure?
It's
that Psylocke? Yeah.
Her hair is super flexible.
That's good. Otherwise, you can't ever move those heads. Well, even then,
yeah.
Even being able, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is for that.
Chuck it out the window.
Because the long hair is always going to get in the way,
Mm-hmm. think it's close to a lighter skin tone mix.
They say, you know, you always hear different things, but I've heard that intermittent fasting can help as long as you're not having low blood sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Intermittent fasting is supposed to be able to help with your high blood sugar, so you eat like one meal a day.
So what you're saying, I should go to the buffet and eat all the food I want?
No.
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 Oh.
I think one meal a day, plenty of carbs probably, or not plenty of carbs, plenty of protein, not very much carbs. Don't listen to anything I say. I'm not a licensed dietitian. Do the research on it. Talk to your doctor.
Yeah, they're going to get me an appointment with a specialist to talk to. Like somebody like go over like the testing meter shit, because they just sent me a prescription for it and picked it up. I was like, okay, what am I supposed to do with all this?
What kind of meter is it?
Use the strips. I think you poke your.
Yeah, so you jab your finger with the what do they call those? Lancet? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I got a box of those, and I got a.
Yeah, you jab your finger with the lancet, and then you get a little bit of blood out, and you put the strip in the meter, and then you poke your finger to the end of the strip. And it shouldn't be, the amount of blood I think is about the size of a head of a pin.
It is a very pale skin tone. Using that as a base, and I'll mix some light skin tone in with it. Yeah, it's pretty close. And smooth the shoulders down like I normally do. It'll be all right. That is pretty close.
Found those noises amusing. Yeah, that looks pretty close. Is that dry already?
It's almost dry.
Yeah,
It
it
was-
looks really darn close.
That'll be good.
Well, most people's faces are going to be a little bit darker than their shoulders because their shoulders are covered more often.
Ah. Yeah, I think just having their shoulders painted would be fine. They'll pull off enough for the look. This horrible thing here, oh yeah, that's pretty almost dead on.
Yeah, that's good.
I dig it. If I get the comic Yondu, I'll probably end up putting them on a Vulcan body because he's on that Sunfire mold and it's too small for Yondu. I got extra Vulcan steel.
It's nice. Good to have a few of those around.
Yep. And you can actually use if you don't mind pins, you can actually use the Sunfire arms on Vulcan. So I wouldn't have to paint the arms. If I don't want to. I think you can actually use the shoulders too. Wonder how much is compatible with the Vulcan. Or if you can use the butterflies out of a Sunfire.
I don't know.
Save a ton of work if you can. Hulk Smash gonna make it back.
Yeah.
Much better. End up saying, going back and sanding the joints down a little better, a little smoother.
It's always good to be safe. This time of year around here, and in September, we end up mice start coming out.
Field mice, yeah.
And I think I'm gonna have to set a trap.
Yeah, I get them too.
I mean, there's nothing for them to eat, so I don't know why they're in here. But at least they're not rats like I hear they got in New York.
Size of cats.
Yeah, and squirrels that attack you. What the? That is a... I see what happened. Yeah.
Sling my paint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to...
Let go too soon, and
I've had a couple paint bottles explode on me. Like some of the paints that I use have these little nozzles on them.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes the nozzles will get clogged. And you know, you get into a way of doing something and you just want to keep doing it that way. So you squeeze, right? When nothing comes out. So you squeeze a little bit harder. I have a mark of... I got a mark of green paint on my ceiling. Because they're 10-foot ceilings. Where the cap of a bottle of green paint exploded off and bounced off the ceiling. And they're 10-foot ceilings.
Wow.
It hit. I mean, it hit the ceiling and it made it. It came off of there with some force.
Something Wong says, I do intermittent fasting. It sucks, but does save you some money. LOL.
Yeah.
I heard that red colors are some of the hardest to imitate, to remake, copy. And sometimes you can look up. It's like this Superman I put together. That is straight out of the bottle. That red on the shins. This was the legs for the Rebirth suit costume. So just the top piece was painted red. All this was blue. The Evil Sun Scarlet from Citadel is a perfect match to the red on this.
I hear that the human eye doesn't see red as well as it sees other colors.
Are you saying I'm wrong?
No, I mean, I'm just
kidding.
saying that.
I'm kidding with you. It's like,
That's might be why it's harder to match, is because you just don't see it as well.
Yeah, it worked out really good. The Evil Sun Scarlet's great. It's the same color on the Marvel Legends Red Hulk too. You usually got to seal it though. Citadels don't. You basically got to put a sealer on them, or they don't really stick too well. But yeah, reds. I don't know. Has that been a red I couldn't really match up? I don't want to do a full repaint though, so I don't really do too much red. Every now and then I look up with those boots. Those were just the boots and matched the red on the molded plastic. I can't think of too many times I've actually tried to match red, if any. Usually, if I do it, I just repaint all the reds or something.
Yeah, that sometimes is just easier.
Yeah, I can't think of anything right now. Nope, can't think of anything right now. Can't say I haven't done it, which sometimes I can't remember what I did last week or this morning. Can you swap out the whole arm from Vulcan to Sunfire? You can at the bicep easily. But I haven't tried at the shoulder yet. I wouldn't doubt you could probably change at the shoulders. But you'll have a smaller shoulder though. Absolutely. But the pegs at the shoulder are compatible. I actually put a set of arms, Sunfire arms on a Vulcan body. It's in my fodder bin. And because I had a sacrifice, I had a defective Vulcan where he didn't get an elbow joint. This is all one piece of plastic. So I have one Vulcan that missing an arm. So they didn't when they injected the plastic, they didn't put the elbow in. And when it injected, it's already got the cavity for the elbow, so everything got injected as one piece. Time for another coat on my shoulders. Sure, my brush is getting dry. figured out what was wrong with Moonstone's shoulder. It had an extra plastic in the joint. Yeah, flashing. They leave a lot of flashing into the parts sometimes. One of the upgrades I did over the weekend on the female figures, when I pull up the bicep off the shoulder, there's like a lot of flashing. I end up trimming off on one of the arms. Why is it acting like there's tons of water in my brush? Just dried the shit out of the damn thing.
Did you beat the dickens out of it?
Yeah, and it's still got water in it.
Is that a Bob Ross thing? You gotta beat the dickens out of it.
Got to beat the dickens out before you can make the happy trees.
Right. Well, you know why that is, right?
What's that?
If you keep a kid happy their whole life when they're little, they won't understand. Right? They won't have any contrast. You only appreciate being happy if you've been sad.
Hmm?
It's like with stress, right? If you never had any stress, then every little thing stresses you out. But if you grow up in an environment of stress, then the little things aren't going to bug you at all.
This is true. Beat the dickens out of my brush.
That's Bob Ross's advice.
Oh. The brush actually feels dry. Let's see if it actually works this time.
That's probably the more important thing. I'll be right back. Got a phone call.
Mm-hmm. All right. Those dry. Do another coat a little bit. Caught up on the chats. Bucks Cannon talent over. Talent overly rated. Let's see. What can't you do? Me? Apparently eat sweets anymore. Time to paint some happy trees. If I had a group, that would work. I did paint the Moss Man. It's kind of like a tree. A lot of people are putting Black Panther shoulders and arms on the symbiote's body. Yeah. That would be a good shoulder upgrade. The Falcon's got bigger shoulders too. If I want to be making a solitaire from the Ultraverse, and I'm going to use Falcon shoulders. Oh, I could change my plans and use a Vulcan body or Black Panther body and interesting. To ponder on that one. Next coat, I need to mix a little darker. Just a fuzz darker. Oh, nice. What kind of horse did you get? The Mythic Legions, the McFarlane, or? That works. I just took the arms off the helping hands. It keeps a little less awkward. It should do it. Let's see how this one dries. Went less expensive with some articulated horses from Temu. Hope they'll be legit. I've heard of those. Yeah, getting those Mythic Legions. I haven't had one of their horses. McFarlane horse. I got the Dark Knight one. It's pretty big. It doesn't really scale with Marvel Legends or G.I. Joe. With these. Yeah, it could probably stand and be a little darker, but yeah, I'm calling it good. It's going to be far enough away from the head, you really won't really notice. I can't promise I won't do another coat. Almost needs a little bit more pink to it. OCD. Oh, yeah, the Dom's there also Roach from The Witcher. I haven't opened that one up. I got one. I haven't opened it yet. Okay, let's add a little pink. More pink to this mix. That's a cockpit for a giant mecha he's making. That's going to be G.I. Joe scale. Can you hear me? Cannons? You're muted if you're talking.
I'm still on the phone.
Oh, sorry. Oh, were you just working? I thought you might have been back. A little bit of a warmer tone. Ooh, I like the looks of that. think I nailed it this time. Alrighty. I think it's good to go now. And that little bit of warm tint to it, what was missing.
All right, sorry about that. I'm back.
No worries. I just thought you were back when your model was moving your model around.
I mean, I was back at my computer, but I wasn't able to talk yet.
I think that's going to work. Add a little warm tint to that last mix, and I think I got it closer.
Oh yeah.
Felt like she needs her eyes redone. Almost like black dots. She's supposed to have purple eyes, don't she?
Psylocke?
Yeah.
I don't know. Here they are blue. Here they are freaked out. There they look kind of grayish. Here they look blue. Here they look blue. Maybe green. There they look dark and
Okay. I'm seeing. Went to like the Marvel database thing. They are supposed to be violet.
are supposed to be violet.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to read the manual thing, because those are not. That's not violet. That's my favorite.
Originally they were blue, but they're now violet. So we're gonna go with violet.
I would go with violet. Also, where is she supposed to be from?
Well, it depends, because if it's Betsy or the original girl, it's in the body. Now they've switched her bodies back, so this is not even Psylocke anymore.
I haven't read any comics in a long time.
Now
So, what happened to Psylocke?
well, the Asian body is not her real body. She switched bodies a long time ago with somebody. I forget the name. Now they switched them back. Because she's Captain Britain's sister.
So she's supposed to be British.
Yeah.
Why did they switch bodies?
Yeah, comic books.
Giggles.
I don't think it was intentional. I don't know. Yeah, that was better. Went to violet. Let's get the colors in the irises for now. I'll add the pupils and the highlights later. They don't look so dark now.
Yeah. You can't have them just with like black holes in the middle of their eyes.
That we'll need to sit for a while. It takes longer for Tamiya to dry. The shoulders will need to sit for a while too. But I'm done with the shoulders, just other than hit them with a sealer tomorrow.
Yeah.
I can put her together. All I'm doing is bare shoulders. I'm not doing all those strap things because they're stupid. It's like Forge. It's got a robotic leg. Then past his knee, he puts his pants leg back on.
Yeah. Well, his knee might get cold.
What? It's like if you got a robotic leg, it's like who? Does he just go around like cuts the thigh out of all of his pants, or and wears the other like a stocking?
See, the whole thing is that the thigh is weather sealed, but since the knee has the joint and the bending bits, he has to cover that up to keep stuff out of it.
Ah, that makes total sense. Is the other Silex on that crappy body? I don't need to look.
I'm going to save this real quick.
They are on this crappy body.
No.
I never noticed how bad the body was because we didn't have any good bodies at the time. Yeah, it's on the same crappy body as this one. I repainted this I did a lot of repainting on this one because it was sloppy as all get out.
What is going on here?
Yeah, her skin tone's not as pale. Of course, I did repaint the entire figure, so maybe it was. Then. Bow-legged knees and all. What all the accessories does she have? Focus camera. You think Ford just had a cybernetic thigh? How would that work? You connect
That had to be the whole leg, you'd think.
Like, how would you connect the meat back to the other side of the cybernetics and keep it alive? It's got to be the whole leg.
Yeah, it's got to be the whole leg. I thought I applied these already.
Okay. She's got all the accessories the other side lock has. So. She's got the same accessories as the other side lock, just actually I like the colors on them really well though.
The same exact accessories?
Yep.
Lame.
The Sonic blade over her fist, her Sonic sword, and her Sonic crown piece, looking piece. She don't have vertically hinged hands, which sucks.
That all right. Now I know that the Super 7 Lion-O sucks, but I like the Thundercats.
Yeah.
And I bought it.
Which one?
The
blue one?
I mean the blue one.
The blue costume or the red costume?
Oh, the blue one.
Well, that's actually a good figure because Mattel designed it. Mattel,
Except that it doesn't have a vertically hinged hand.
Well, Mattel didn't do that too. Mattel actually gave them the molds for Lion-O, Panthro, the mummified Mum-Ra, and Jackalman. When they got the license, acquired the license for Thundercats from Mattel, so they actually got the molds from Mattel for those first four figures. So that's why they're better.
The rubber crotch overlay,
yep,
is weird.
That's been a staple for all the Master Classics figures, which those are based on. They all had those rubber overlays.
That was split in the center of the bottom.
Yep. A lot of them were. Some of them had like a full trunks, but the majority of them were split on the bottom.
Because it hangs down low enough that it, when you move his legs, it splits that. Splits it open. But he also, anytime you have a sword wielding character, you need to have a wrist that goes up and down.
100%. So this.
Same thing with a gun.
Yep.
In fact, I'm not.
This is the Mattel version. And it's got the same split at the bottom.
Yeah, that's the one I got.
There's a few differences between this one and the. You get the cartoon accurate claw shield with the that came with the Super 7 one. This is this is not the it, and you got a better sword on the Super 7. Now, one of my heads is the eyes are not painted well on the Super 7. But yeah, they did make the red Lion-O, which is like the mirror evil version Lion-O. Super 7 made a new mold, and it's pinless. That's the reason why I asked you which one.
Yeah.
And the articulation's not as good.
Yeah. They could have. He would have benefited from double knees and elbows.
Yeah. That's why I'd love to see like NECA get the license. NECA would like the way they're doing gargoyles, they'd nail the Thundercats. Because they're not all supposed to be the same body type. Thundercats are not. And that's the problem with where they're using like the Motu style bodies. They all had the same general body.
Yeah.
They should all have variations of different shapes of body.
Yeah, because Lion-O was a little bit narrower than Panthro, right?
Yep. Panthro was her brute. They're roughly the same height, but it's the Super 7 and the Mattel both made Panthro short. Shorter than Lion-O.
No, he's. I don't think that. I thought he was larger, like wider and taller.
Pick up the Thunder Tank and turn it around.
Yeah, I liked the remake of the Thundercats.
I did too. It's a shame.
Style.
Yep. It's a shame it didn't get renewed.
Yeah. But if somebody put some good figures of those together, I'd buy those.
But what sucked is when Bandai was doing the figures, and their figures were awful.
For that series.
Yeah. I'll put that in the box for fodder that I'll probably never use for that old Psylocke X-Force Psylocke body. Can't really think of a use for it. Because when you got Shrieks available, why would you use that?
Yeah.
That's a left. That's a right. So these should be left and right. Yeah, just put that up there with the flesh tone shoulder, and I think that'll be good enough.
I did break down and order Snarf.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to too, because
I figure he doesn't have to move much. He never did in the cartoon.
he's gonna be the last one I need to finish out the team, because I'm not getting the kit, the kittens, because I already got the Mattel ones from SDC. While the cat.
I don't have them.
Snarf would actually finish out the team for me. So I'll probably end up getting Snarf. Snarf.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, well, let's see.
At some point in time, I got to figure out how I'm going to make all these things attach.
Hang so low, you going to sell that mech when you print it?
Maybe. We'll see how long it takes to get it printed.
Oh, that 3D printed his tank. His tank that dude's, well, he 3D printed it. Then he made like silicone molds and reproducing it. He's selling those for pretty good penny.
I think he mostly hand made those, didn't he? Hand built them.
He may
like
have
styrene and like pieces of stuff that he found around his job.
Could be. I know he made silicone molds and where he could reproduce them. I follow so many dudes that do different stuff, and like it's hard to keep them track.
Yeah, depending on how much effort it takes to get this thing to print. And if I feel like once I do get it printed, it's up to quality, I wouldn't be against selling one or two.
But does it have a schlong hinge?
It got some ball hinges at the hips currently, but I don't know if that's how it's going to stay.
The first classic Lino figure that name of Hell's like the Bandai Thundercats Lino was big, about 8 inches tall. Yeah, they went Lino and Tigra were made in 8-inch scale, which is weird. Nobody makes anything 8-inch scale.
Beast Kingdom.
Are they 8-inch scale?
Yeah.
I thought they were 1/12, like Legends scale or something like that, or 1/10 scale.
I don't know.
But they were huge though. Those figures were. Then like they stopped at those two. Then they made a Mumron Lino, classic Mumron Lino, 6-inch scale.
Yeah. Well.
And then they made the new show figure 6-inch scale.
So.
And they were true 1/12 scale, so they were like a little shorter.
So a 6-foot person is what, 72 inches?
Yeah.
So 1/10 of that is 7.2 inches.
Yep.
So roughly a 7-inch figure is 1/10 scale.
Mm-hmm.
So what scale is the 8-inch figure?
8-inch figure. 1/9?
Yeah, be 1/9.
Yeah.
That's a weird scale.
Yeah, so nobody made anything that's 1/9 scale. So it made no sense why they did that. Then they stopped. They were kind of cheap looking too.
Here you go. This is the Beast Kingdom 89 Batman. Is
Beast
8.7.
I thought you were talking about those Spiro like Beast Warrior guys.
No,
Those are the weird scale.
Yeah.
I got Superman in that scale. They're kind of crappy figures.
The Beast Kingdom ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the. I got this one. That one I got. Not happy with him. I was like, oh, cool. I need a dark side. Nope.
Did you ever figure out what batteries it takes?
Yeah, I did. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head now, but I went. Where I found it? I went and found the figure on Amazon and looked through some of the comments on there, and that's where I figured out what size batteries to get.
I got the regular Superman, not the one scroll on down. That one.
That one.
Still in the box. I opened it up and looked at it for a little bit, then I stuck it back in the box, and I haven't really done anything with it yet.
Yeah.
Wasn't really impressed with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, and that I don't know. That cape doesn't look very good there. It's obviously only a wired cape, but it's not posed well.
Name withheld, and might get the Wily kit and swap out her body for a better articulated one. Asked them about price matching the unnamed name company. Sure. My God, what's wrong with what's that thing in the camera?
What's that thing in the camera?
My camera? Yeah,
The power effect?
The sword and stuff. Is that what you're talking about? The arms? All right. Now we're about at the 4-hour mark. I figure about time calling that.
Yeah, probably good.
I'm not going to do too much more on the side lock. I got to let her shoulders dry real well. Then I'll hit them with a sealer on them and put her together. Minus all the weird cuts in her costume. I don't even have a X-Force display right now. It's kind of like doing it because I can't stand the other body she was on. No. Sitting there staring at the regular side lock. Hell, I might just put this one on the main shelf because the other side lock's got that horrible body. And just put the X-Force one on the main X-Men shelf. After her, I can't really think of any other Marvel Legends I need to do. Well, I got with these colors, with the black and white, about doing a upgrade on their bodies.
So as this is, it's about, when I printed it, should be about 25 inches tall.
Good gravy. Wow, my camera real crazy. Went super blurry.
About 13 inches wide. Well, almost 13.75 inches wide at the feet.
That's a big boy.
About 7.5 inches deep.
You're making them a Gundam.
I mean, yeah, essentially. Well, because you look at it, right?
Well, It always bugged me about the like people in robotic suits and like there's no way your human body would move in the suit like that and still actually benefit.
Yeah. I mean, this is even small for what Gundams are, because Gundams are way, way bigger.
Probably more like a Pat Labar, like
Pat Labor. Yeah.
Oh, you need to give him like a big revolver.
A big old handgun.
Pat Labor. I always liked the design of those mechs, and I thought it was hilarious that they use revolvers.
Yeah.
Imagine the size of the damn bullet.
Yeah, Jesus. That'd be like firing a howitzer. Maybe when I get to doing the arms, I'll do things like different arm attachments.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Give them like a gun attachment or like a giant chainsaw attachment. Big old clamp hand attachment.
The claw.
Yeah. So I think that's all looking pretty good where it's at. And then I need to start on the arms. And then I'll need to sort out the articulation. And
8-inch scale is Storm Collectibles. Yeah, Storm Collectibles claims to be 1/12 scale, but they're more like a 1/10 scale, or if not bigger. Canon, you're good because I would probably just model an RX-78 and call it a day. I don't know what that is.
I'll have to look it up. I don't know what that is either.
Yep. No, we got to see what that is before we go.
Oh, yeah, it's a gun. It's your base Gundam.
Oh,
I didn't know that's what that was called. I have one of those, like a little 5-inch one or something.
I was sitting there. When I was picking up stuff from Hobby Lobby the other day, I was sitting there like they had like 40% off all box models. I was like, do I want to get back into building models?
I had, let's see, I would like to find it again. Way back, they made that's not the right version. I think it was closer to this version. That doesn't look right. I was pretty sure it had white wings. It had a shield. It's similar to this. That's not quite right. Yeah, it was similar to this, but they made one and put it out as like a toy, not like a model set. And it had to be like, I think it was like 14 inches tall.
Okay, I think I might remember that.
But yeah, it was cool. But I think my brother-in-law ran away with it. My ex-brother-in-law.
Down to a little more kiki on that Hulk leg. And
yeah, but I think it was around 14 inches tall. It was big.
righty, I think we're at the 4-hour mark now. So Everybody in the chat, thank you for coming out and hanging out with us tonight. And
Yeah.
Kanan, always a pleasure getting to hang out with you.
Yeah, it helps me be productive when I come on.
Crack come off at howdy. It's like, oh, we're getting ready to go now. But nephew. Anyway, thank you again. Remember, like, share, comment, subscribe, and we'll catch y'all next time.
All right, thank you.